research background. So the statement of the problem. So for the statement of the problem, I have find support from two past researchers. The first one is Hartshorn 2018 that stated that learners who learn second language during adulthood tend to be saddled with an accent and conspicuous grammatical error due to the lack of English language exposure during the critical period hypothesis. So as you all know that critical period is the period where students are able to achieve their native fluency if they are exposed to the language on the first periods of their life. So since most of the students from unprivileged background tend to be exposed to the language during adulthood, they have the difficulty in achieve the native fluency in speaking. In fact, Hanif et al. 2021 also stated that students from unprivileged background learn English solely at school, since most of their parents are unaware of the significance of the exposure of the English language towards their children. So causing them to become competent English users as compared to the privileged students once they start into the tertiary education. So based on the central problem, my study aims to explore how familiar support and background influence students' fluency in English in the context of IT education. So for my research objectives, I have two objectives. The first one is to determine whether family background is the only factor that influences students' fluency in English, and the second one is to identify any significant difference between male and female students on the influence of family background towards students' fluency in English. So from the objectives, I have also provided a research question that aligns with the research objectives. The first one is to what extent does family background influence students' fluency in English? And the second one is there any significant difference between male and female students on the influence of family background towards students' fluency in English? So my hypothesis for this study is there is no difference regarding the influence of family background on English language fluency between male and female students of class ISMP June 2023-2027. So I believe that my research is significant for three groups in my study. The first one is TESOL training teachers, second one is TESOL lecturers, and also to IT generation. This is because TESOL training teachers can discover the core factors that affect their fluency in English, thus helping them to overcome the problem that they face regarding the fluency in the English language. For TESOL lecturers in ITG, when they look into further this method, they can provide a solution for their students, particularly ones that come from low SES family. So basically, students from low SES family tend to be not confident when they speak. So the teachers can provide meaningful activities such as performances and drama to increase their fluency in English. For IT ratio, this study can help the ITG to acknowledge the problem faced by TESOL training teachers. Then for my study, I also referred to three related past researchers that conduct the study in the same field as mine. So the first one is Simon and David 2018. So Simon and David stated that parents' English proficiency level was included as the fixed factor that influenced the study process. While Yahan 2020 that conduct a study that is similar with the previous researcher also stated that parents with higher educational levels are able to produce second language learners that can speak the language fluently. And the last one is Error 2017. It also stated that from the finding, it was clear that student success in language learning was influenced by the involvement of the parents during the language learning activity. So this is my conceptual framework. So basically, conceptual framework illustrates the relationship between variables. So I have two variables, which is independent variable IV and dependent variable EV. So independent variable is the expected cost, while dependent variable is the expected outcome. So for my dependent variable, it is family background, which encompasses the socio-economic status of the family, siblings, and also parents' academic background. So it somehow affects the students' fluency in English, which is the dependent variable. So for my research design, I have conducted a quantitative approach, which is survey through questionnaire, and my respondent is the TESOL trained teachers of the SMT June 2023 and 2027. Okay? So for my population, I have picked 37 respondents out of 47 respondents. This is the constant student expected for the pilot study. For example, according to Will 2022, sample refers to a smaller comparable version of a larger population. But for my study, instead of using sample, I use the entire population due to the small respondents of the target group. So my decision is supported by three researchers. The first one is Morris that stated that the entire population is needed for a very small population, which is less than 50 in order to achieve accuracy. When the entire population is taken, Eric stated that it is known as total population sampling. So, since I conduct quantitative studies, Woody and Moran 2021 also stated that 40 participants is an appropriate number, but there are cases when fewer users can be recruited. So for the instruments, I use the Google Forms, and I use 5-point Likert scale for the students to pick the answer. And my instrument is mainly taken and adapted from Aerial 2017. My questionnaire consists of 3 sections. The first section is demographic data. The second section is the student self-assessed fluency, and the third section is the family support, which gives a total of 24 items. So, for the data collection procedure, I believe that everyone went through the same procedure. The first one, in order for us to conduct the study, we have to find the most suitable questionnaire related to the topic, and then we need to request permission from the PDI, which is Pusat Penyelidikan and Inovasi, to test and distribute the questionnaire. So once approved, we can finally conduct pilot study, and for me, I have 10 students for my pilot study, and then the instrument is distributed through the WhatsApp application. For the data analysis procedure, I have 2 analyses. The first one is descriptive analysis, and the second one is differential analysis. So descriptive analysis is to achieve the first research objective, which is to determine whether family background is the only factor that influences students' fluency in English. So to tackle the first objective, I have to analyze the mean that is computed from the SPSS. So according to Farahana and one of Hasiah, the mean of 1 to 2.23 is considered low, mean of 3.4 to 3.67 is considered medium, and the mean of 3.68 to 5 is considered high. In contrast, for differential analysis, it aims to tackle the second objective, which is to identify any significant difference between male and female students under the influence of family background for students' fluency in English. So for differential analysis, I would like to test whether the hypothesis, whether the hypothesis is can be achieved or not. Now we move on to the most important part of the presentation, which is the data finding. So for my research question first, it is what does family background influence students' fluency in English? So I have provided data analysis that I have completed from the SPSS, which is the mean. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, the mean of 2.4 to 3.67 is moderate. So as you can see that mine is 3.64, which is in between 2.4 to 3.67. So this shows that family background is neither positive nor negative influence towards students' fluency in English, but it has medium moderate. So I also provide the mean for per items, where the blue circle is the lowest mean item, while the red circle is the mean for the highest item. So as you can see that for the item C1, that stated my parents believe that learning English is important. Most of the students agree with the statement, because as Sedikit stated that the highest mean indicates that most of the respondents agree on the verbal. But for the item B2 and B7 and has the lowest mean of 2.14. As the question stated, whether they have negative feelings or emotions before editing presentation or when they want to communicate with their friends. This shows that most of the students do not agree with the statement. So, and then the one that is in the below section is just an additional information. So basically, I have that I have analyzed my table manually, which shows that most of the students that are strongly agree for the item C1 comes from the M14 and E20 family only. But most of the P40 students do not agree that their parents believe that learning English is important. So, from this finding, you can see that the students do not really encounter difficulties to speak fluently in English despite coming from different backgrounds. This is because even though the low socioeconomic status students and the privileged students have different opinions regarding the question in C1, but they show the notability of similarity for the item E7 and E8. Thus, the findings support this conclusion, which state that the background is neither positive nor negative influence in students' fluency. Next, for the research question 2, which is there any significant difference between male and female students on the influence of family background towards students' fluency in English? So I have also provided the result for the mean between genders. So the SPSS concluded that the mean for male is 3.75, while the mean for female is 3.79. So it shows that male teachers have a slightly lower perception with a mean of 3.75 as compared to female respondents with a mean of 3.79 regarding the family influence towards their fluency in English. So to tackle the research question 2, I also used the independent sample test to find the findings. So the independent sample test is used to find the differences between two groups, and in my case, I want to find the differences between male and female students. So as you can see, I have two values there. The first one is in the blue circle and the second one is in the red circle. So the blue circle is the significant value of the language test, while the red circle is the significant toolkit. So large short university 2023 suggested that the first line in the table, which is equal variance assumed, should be used if the significant value is higher than 0.05 and vice versa. So since the significant value of the learning test is 0.773, which is higher than 0.05, so that's why the probability value of the significant value is 0.616. So the part 2023 also stated that the null hypothesis is accepted if the probability value of A is higher than the significant level, which is for my findings, B is equal to 0.616, which is higher than 0.05. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the perception of both genders. So as the discussion for my findings, the descriptive data analysis show that the influence of family background towards lesser trained teachers in English is moderate, which is 3.64, considering that they have neither positive nor negative influence towards second language teachers. And the probability value obtained from the independent sample test also shows that there is no significant difference as B value is equal to 0.616, which is higher than 0.05. So, so the research findings demonstrate that family background is not the sole factor influencing students' fluency in English, since it has moderate impact on students' fluency in English. So, despite not being the determining factor, lesson learning teachers do not completely reject the idea that family support does contribute to their language fluency from the item B7, B8, and also C1. So unfortunately, my findings contradicted with the findings by Aswa that discovered the parental involvement shows a positive attitude towards English education, particularly the language fluency among their children. This is probably because of the limitation where I have all these small samples, so that might not show the not reflect the real findings. So the findings for second objective, fortunately consistent and aligned with the previous research conducted by Alina, Bari, and Asta 2019, as they also stated that there is no significance in the speaking fluency between male and female, even though the range of the female scores is slightly different from the males. So for the recommendation, as I do the study, I think I would like to recommend for the future researchers to find application approach and show that accurate result can be obtained. Besides, I also hope that they can provide a better research question. This is because for my instruments, I have positive and negative items. But I think positive items should only be used since it will not confuse the respondent. And lastly, I also suggest the future researchers to use other platforms that are more reliable, such as conducting physical interactions with the respondent, so that they will not lie or they can be honest with their answer. Lastly, my finding, my research also gives implications to the English educators, assistant teachers, and also Ministry of Education. This is because English educators, such as lecturers and primary school teachers, can have an insight into learners' family background and how family support is impact towards learning. So, for example, family teachers, it can be proven for them that family background is not the reasoning knowledge or factor that influence their fluency in English. Thus, they can take the responsibility for their own learning and they will not be demotivated, even though they come from below as well. So, for the Ministry of Education, the implication is that the higher authority can instruct institutions such as IPG to provide more English materials for students at library. This is because most of the students at IPG come from the low and F40 families. So, by having more materials at schools, it can help to improve their fluency in the language. So, I think that is it.
Right, so thank you so much for you have done an awesome job of presenting your research. Okay, just I just want to ask one question here related to your related past researches. Okay, I'm quite interested on the past researches where you have highlighted the legal research. Okay, from 3 different countries, which are Hungary, Canada, and Turkey. So I'm a bit concerned about, okay, how does it related, how are these researchers, related past researchers has a significant relevance towards your participants, okay? Because mainly your participants are from Malaysia, and how do you actually relate this from those different 3 different countries where they have maybe different social background, culture, and social economy? Can you please explain this? Okay, thank you.
So, actually, I do try to find the related study for in the Malaysian context, but I couldn't find anything that is very similar to my study. So that's why I think I would like to take these 2 researchers because the objectives of their, even though they come from different countries, but their objectives of the study is almost as similar as mine. So I think by having them as my reference, I can get to support my study because there are also other researchers that do the study and it helps me to tackle the gaps in the studies of this field.
Okay, if I may give you a suggestion, maybe you can look into Asian curriculum where maybe you can talk about different curriculums in Asian countries, but maybe you can talk about the culture, the social economy, where we have more or less the same level or surrounding or environment, right? So thank you so much. Okay, your contribution. That's it. So we are going to come to somewhere I put this reference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nurul Yasmin binti Osman. So today I would like to present my thesis, which I entitled Chinese Teachers Perception Towards the Use of Google Image in Improving English Academic Writing. So first, as this study intends to focus on academic writing skills, we have to know what is the background of my study. So the reason why I decided to do this study is because we all know that academic writing is a fundamental skill for students, especially at theory level. This is because academic writing often reflects individual intellects or intelligence. So which is why we can see that in the context of IPG students, we are required to write a lot of academic writing as a part of assessment, because academic writing can be indicator to measure our comprehension level. Besides, why I relate academic writing with technology, because we are now living in the age of technology, so we cannot avoid using digital tools, especially with the current shape of the internet, meaning that we are shifting from the traditional method into the internet. And there has been a significant research that has been stated that using technology in learning can actually develop hard skills. This can improve students' motivation in learning English. And as related, since we know that Google Image is a graphic tool, so there has been a similar graphic tools like Google Image, for example, Canva. Canva has been found to increase students' willingness and motivation, which can raises engagement and improve their writing. So for my study, there are two grounded problems, which is the first one is writing is considered as the most challenging skills because it involves a complicated cognitive process, and also we need to have a very critical thinking skill for us to be able to synthesize, to organize, and to select what kind of ideas and argument that we need to put in our writing to make sure that the readers can understand. So it's a matter of urgency for us to reduce the difficulty because writing is very important for us as a future teacher to embark our career into the professional world. And the second problem that has been raised with my research is students' lack of motivation. It has been said that motivation is the driving force that we need to for us to be able to do certain tasks. If we lack of motivation, it will lead to a very poor quality of writing because we do not have any passion or effort to do the skills. So that's why it can be said that the use of Google Image as graphic tools can increase students' interest in writing, making it more engaging and motivating for students to write. So that is the two problems that I would like to investigate in my research. This is my research purpose, which is my objective is the first one is to investigate training teachers' perception toward the use of Google Image to improve English academic writing skills. While my second objective is to identify the impact of Google Image towards English academic writing skills. And then for the hypothesis for my research is there is no significant impact of the use of Google Image to improve English academic writing skills. Okay, so this research is intended to give impacts to two parties, which is the first one for educators and the second one is for learners. By looking at the presentation slide, we can see that as educators, we can finally find a new medium or a new teaching strategies for educators to teach writing. And then, based on the findings, we can argue that educators can benefit by being aware of technological tools that can be used in education. And as for learners, Google Image can be a sources for them to tackle their writing difficulties, and also they will have a wider range of options in learning writing, meaning that they have more options to search for notes or brainstorming during their writing process. This is the theory that I have been using for my research, which is multimedia theory of learning by Richard Mayer. It has been said that information in both visual and text can lead to better learning and understanding compared to text alone. Because by having text and images, we are using two more sensory, which is making easy for us to select the information. Because in infographic, we can see that the simplified version of the information. So we can actually pay attention and select a proper information to use for our writing. As for the past research, I have been looking for the past research from the three aspects. The first one is what are the teachers' attitude and perception towards digital tools in language instruction. So I have been quoted the research conducted by Penyelidikan, which teachers' perception in implementing technologies in language teaching and learning. So based on the research, it has been said that teachers do agree that technologies offer instructional values in learning. And the second one is I would like to look at the past research from the use of visual aids in improving students' writing skills. So from the research by Leon, it has been said that the use of pictures can improve writing skills, because we can see that Leon conducted a research by performing two writing tasks for the students. The first one is with guided words only, and the second one with guided words and picture. And we can see the result right here. We can see a significant improvement from the max score 6 to the max score 10. So we can argue that there is a significant impact of visual aids in improving students' writing skills. And then after that, I looked at the effectiveness of graphic tools for language learning and writing skills development. Based on the research by Ispa, which conducted a research where students need to transfer text-based information into an infographic by using Canva. So from the research, you can see that there is a slight improvement in terms of the grammar. As grammar, one of the skills in writing, we can argue that putting the information in a visual form can help them to comprehend and develop the idea better for the writing. So this three past research has been the rationale or the foundation of my steps, where I would like to inquire what is the potential of Google Image to improve English academic writing. Since it has been proven that technology, visual aids, and also graphic tools can improve writing, which all of these three components are there in the Image. This is my research methodology. So I am using quantitative research and survey approach because I would like to get the standardized response from the respondents in numerical data. As for the population, I have chosen PISMP TESOL June 2021 intake of IPG campus Dato' Razali Ismail. And as for the sample, since I have acquired a small sample, I chose to do a total sampling method. This is my research instrument, which I use questionnaire, and the data collection procedure is being done through Google Form. I have 23 questions before you take skill, and the questions are divided into three categories, which is perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and impact. And the questionnaire are being adapted from TAM model, which is Technology Accepted Model by Davis. And we can see that I have used three past journals to adapt my questionnaire, because all of these three journals are also using TAM model. This is the reliability and validity test, which is I have conducted a pilot study. From the combined alpha value, we can see that the value is 0.847, which means that if the alpha value is 0.7 and above, it is reliable and consistent. So it can be used for conduct a risk study. As for the data analysis procedure, I have ran the data through SPSS version 22.0, where I use descriptive analysis for both RQs. This is the overall finding and discussion. First of all, I look at the data based on the variable, which is perceived ease of use, usefulness, and also impact. So from the perceived ease of use, we can say that training teachers are strongly agree that it is convenient to use the Google image because their attitude is very positive. So perceived usefulness, training teachers believe that the use of Google image can actually enhance their performance and also impact their English academic writing skills. This is the findings for RQ1. You can see that all the activities are relatively very hard. So for the discussion, from the findings, we can see that PISMP TESOL June 2021 is the same users of technology. So they can easily replace Google image and they are satisfied with the functionalities offered by Google image, which means that they have a very positive attitude in using Google image. So it will increase their possibility to use the Google image in their writing task later. And the second one is we are going to focus on the effects in learning, which is it has been proven from the findings that Google image can visualize complex information and enable them to acquire knowledge. Because it has been said that infographic present important points of information and can present the relationship between those information. And then infographic also can help training teachers to recall their past knowledge. This is the finding from RT2. So from RT2, what are the impacts of Google image in improving English and reading writing skills? So we can see that most of the training teachers agree that Google image do have some impact towards their academic writing skills. So as for the discussion, most of the training teachers agree that visual aids can help them to brainstorming ideas and create an outline before writing. This can be supported by a research done by Leon, which said that visual aids encourage students to generate ideas, which in turn can help them to form sentences. And also, what makes it easier for them to brainstorming ideas and create an outline because they can easily see what is the key point or overview of the certain concept because infographic summarize the information, making it easier for them to understand. And the second one is the impact of Google image in improving English academic writing skills is it can help the training teachers to get support and develop new ideas. This is same like before, infographic highlight the points so they can easily see which one is the main points compared to the lengthy journal so they can easily see. And then after that, infographic often can help pupils to comprehend the visual. For example, if the information is way too complex, such as a cycle of a butterfly life, for example, but by using infographics, students can easily see the connection between the relationship. And lastly, infographic will be able to help learners to grasp a certain concept because infographic provides overview of the topic. So the conclusion that I can conclude based on my finding is null hypothesis is rejected. There is a significant impact of the use of Google image to improve English academic writing skills. As for the recommendation that I would like to make for a future researcher, the first one is I would suggest them to use triangulation method which combine interviews and questionnaire as the method to collect the data. This is because questionnaire are not able to give you enough justification on why training teachers make such impression or make such response in their questionnaire. So by having interviews, we can get into a deeper insight on why they do that, what kind of justification of their attitude towards Google image. And then I will suggest for the researcher to add more questions on demographic data. Because if we get to know more about their demographic data, such as where do they come from, how much time do they spend on Google image, what do they know about Google image. So it will actually provide a more justification on my analysis. It will provide more insight on my data analysis. And as for the respondent, I would suggest to pick a larger population because it can, honestly, 51 respondents is not enough for us to consider them to represent the sample to actually prove the reliability and validity of the research. And then the last suggestion is reduce question and open-ended question must be optional, not compulsory. This recommendation has been made to make it easier for the respondent to make sure that the survey is manageable for them and not a burden. That way we can get the higher rates of responses from them. As for the implication, there are basically, based on the finding of the study, there has been two implications on two parties. The first one is I believe training teachers and the second one is educators. From the implication, we can conclude that based on the finding, we can actually raise the potential of using Google Image as the resources for educational use only, not for casual use. And then we can have extra option to take notes, meaning that the students can expand their learning options. And lastly, using Google Image will help them to actually manage their essay planning because they can get to imagine the overview and or get the rough idea for their essays. And the last one is for educators. Based on the finding of the research, educators can actually use Google Image in teaching writing for primary, secondary, and tertiary level, and this will help them to have the technological awareness on the usage of Google Image towards improving English and writing. And for educators, this research can help them to find a solution to help reduce writing anxiety because pupils now have a clearer picture on what to write, especially because they are a second language learners and have a difficulty to understand language. I think that's all for my presentation.
Alright, okay, just yeah, talking about Google image. So you were talking about finding the typing and finding the image straight away from the Google, is it? Okay, so yeah, this topic is interesting. But in future, maybe this is my suggestion. Maybe you can lower down the participants, the sample, the sample for your research. Because when you talk about Google image, this is something like for adult learners, maybe for the trainees, it's something common for them. So absolutely, they know what to search, they know what to find. They have their focus already, and they are used to it. Maybe every single day you'll be using Google and Google Image to do whatsoever activity, even in your daily routine, even not when you're not talking about studying. But maybe in the future, maybe you can lower down the involvement of participants. Maybe you can go to the primary school, okay? Maybe because I'm sure that some of them, many of them, especially in the rural areas, they are not used to Google Image related to study. Maybe they find Google Image only for certain purposes, okay? For entertainment, for just for fun, okay? So you can do research on how the Google Image can help them in their studies. Okay, especially learning English. Okay, so you can see, you can have that rich data. Okay, especially from kids. Okay, where sometimes you don't expect them to give you that kind of response. Never underestimate those kids. All right. So thank you so much, Nurul Yasmin. Okay. Yeah. Well done. Okay. Anyone from the audience? Do you have any question? If you have any question? Oh, no?
Question.
Okay. Okay, teachers, how you have a question?
They're using Google Image. So basically, they have to search for graphic or they have to search for infographic.
When I say this research is conducted to study on how the impact of Google Image to English and writing, I mean that when you are using Google Image to find information about your writing task. For example, if your writing task want to conduct on the differences between the two curriculum models, so you can easily go to Google Image and search. That way you will have a various format of infographics, including you can have the mind maps, the graphic organizer, you can have even the screenshot of slide presentation. That's what I mean by using Google Image. And from the picture, you can actually it will direct you to the original resources of the picture, such as the slide presentation, the article. So that's what I mean by using Google Image. It's not only limited to infographic, but all sorts of pictures that are available under the topic.
Because you keep on saying infographics instead of graphics. So infographic is basically a graphic that has so many information. Okay. And then, if you're focusing on infographic, I would say that your topic should be towards the use of infographic in improving instead of Google images. Okay?
Okay, I would like to say something. The reason why I would like to study on the use of Google Image, because now Google Image actually serve as a technological tools and digital tools for graphic, meaning that Google Image is one-stop center for you to search for pictures, especially visual information. And the famous form of visual information would be infographic. So there are tons of past research that has been studying about infographic. So that's why I would like to relate what are the function of technology visual aids into academic writing.
Google image is
Yes, the technology.
yes. But just like it's focusing on the infographic, the graphic. Get what I mean? Because yes, research for pictures whatsoever, yes. But then your focus in this is like the focus is more like the infographic or the graphic itself. So for me, maybe I think
Yeah, that's why I was asking like just now. Okay, when you say Google image, something that you Google and then the image comes up, or something like infographics. Because when I'm talking about infographics, this is something really specific when they have all maybe the cross image, the data, the what we call that. Kan ada something that is informative. Once you look at the infographic, you know what's going on. Okay, without you needing to read. Okay, you can see the procedures, you can see the ecosystem, and everything is there. So, meanwhile, when we talk about Google image, it doesn't explain much. It's just the image. Okay, so that is what I can see. The different
maybe the topic should be the use of graphic via Google image whatsoever.
something like that. Because when you say Google image, there are a lot of things and definition talking about the images in the Google stuff. Okay, so maybe you can.
Because sometimes, most of the time, the topic should be very specific.
Thank you so much for your suggestion.
No worries. What you guys will be facing in your proposal defense when you're taking your master, doing your master and PhD. They will ask you questions specifically on your concept. I read directly on your topic. So yeah, that's good. Okay, you can have that very interesting discussion.
Sampai jauh sana cakap kat dia. Tak sama daripada turn pagi take over. Okay. Untuk nanti orang yang shift lepas rehat, so that we can prepare. Aku lah especially pasal terima
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very good morning. My name is Christina Binti Muhammad from PISMP June 2020 Test 4. My supervisor is Ms. Nura Atika Binti Muhammadori, and today I will be presenting my research titled The Perceptions of the Impact of the Scholar in Academic Research Among Training Teachers. Okay, so let's look at the background of the study first. So according to Cutler et al. 2022, academic research had a significant impact on training teachers in assisting them to become better equipped teachers. So, but according to ULA 2018, one of the main obstacles in conducting academic research was a lack of appropriate materials for reference. So, according to Hadway et al. 2015, the scholar was a useful tool with excellent features and functionalities, particularly in reviews and analysis. So that's why I choose to conduct research on the perceptions or the impact of the scholar in academic research among training teachers. Okay, so let's look at the statement of problem. Training teachers played an important role in molding the next phase of education, and their ability to form thorough and well-informed research was critical for their career growth. This was supported by Desmond 2009, which said that research has progressively discovered teacher training and development as being one of the most important factors to enhance better education quality. However, there has been a lack of emphasis on training teachers and their experiences with Google Scholar. So I have two research objectives. The first one is to examine the impact of Google Scholar on training teachers' academic research. The second one is to determine training teachers' preferred features or functionalities of Google Scholar. Questions. One, what are the impacts of Google Scholar on the training teachers' academic research? Second, what are the training teachers' preferred features or functionalities of Google Scholar? So basically, there are two hypotheses. The first one is null hypothesis. There is no significant impact of Google Scholar on teachers' academic research. And the alternative hypothesis, there is a significant impact of Google Scholar on training teachers' academic research. So the significance of this study will be beneficial to the first one is for training teachers because this one offers an extensive selection of academic publications for free. Hence, this will assist with the assist from the scholar. Training teachers can produce high quality academic research for the administrators, which is IPGM. Google Scholar can be utilized for them to assess students' scholarly goals. How? Because Google Scholar can index institutional repositories, which helps in detecting plagiarism. Okay, let's look at the literature review. Okay, for this study, I used technology acceptance model, which is TAM model by Davis 1989. So in the TAM model, it is divided into two factors, which is perceived usefulness, which is stated that the user's belief on the technology will improve their efficiency, and for perceived ease of use, the users believe that technology was simple to use. So, what I can construct from the TAM model, the users' belief will affect their acceptance towards the technology that they use. Okay, so my conceptual framework is basically based on the TAM model. So the intended use of Google Scholar is actually separate from the perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. This is my related past study which I use to conduct research. The first point is perceptions and attitudes towards digital tools in education. As we know, Google Scholar is one of the digital tools. So the study that I use is study from Maziri 2020 on student perceptions towards the use of YouTube as an education tool. Based on her finding, perceived usefulness was seen to have a more significant impact on students' perceptions of learning through YouTube, which is very specific to my research. And the second one is the utilization of online databases in academic research, which Oak and Colon Acquire 2019 conduct a study on a comparative study of perceptions and use of Google Scholar and academic library discovery systems, which the finding states that participants use both resources, which are Google Scholar and academic library, were similar, and both were perceived as highly accessible and useful. And the third one is the impact of digital resources on the research productivity of educators. As a study conducted by Oloit and Okunwale 2022, digital productivity tools as a necessity in education, research and career development. Based on this study, it was proven that digital tools do make learners more creative or their products better. So for the research approach and design, I use quantitative research and survey. because as we know, it helps in lowering costs. And I use survey to measure a large group within the specific time event. And for the population, I choose to conduct this research on PISM June 2000 when Texas training teachers of high teacher, right, which is 71 training teachers, my batch, because I believe they are suitable candidates because we are currently doing our academic research. For the sample, I referred to Kirsty and Morgan paper 1970, which consists 59 samples, includes 12 males and 47 female respondents. For the research instrument and data collection procedure, I actually adapt the questionnaire from a study by Cochrane 2011, the scholar assistance and use among graduate students, a quantitative study, which in the study, they also use data model. So after I adapt the questionnaire, which originally have 53 items, then I distribute the Google form link through WhatsApp. And the questionnaire also contain of 3 sections, which section A is demography, section B contains of 10 items to measure the perceived usefulness to achieve research objective. For the section B, it consists of 15 items which to measure the perceived ease of use, which use to achieve research objective. For data analysis procedure, I use descriptive analysis for both research questions. This is because by Jensen and Warren 2020, this statistic compresses a large amount of data into a more condensed sum. So this is the conclusion of my data findings and discussion based on the 2 sections. So as we can see here, that according to Moduli 2009, she stated that in the mean indicator table, the mean of above 4.21 is indicated very high, which means very good. So I achieved both of the research objectives. The first one, training teachers strongly agree that Google Scholar has significant impact on their academic research. For research objective 2, training teachers strongly agree that features and functionalities of Google Scholar assist them in academic research. This is the findings and discussion for research objective 1, which to examine the impacts of Google Scholar on training teachers academic research. So there are 10 items, and for the 10 items, all of the items indicate a very high mean, which is above 4.21. And this is for item 2 and 9. Majority strongly agree that the scholar gave greater impacts in assisting them towards academic research. It is because, as we can see here, that the number of students that answer strongly agree is more than half. But for item 6, among the 10 items, it shows the lowest mean. However, it still reflects a good degree of respondents' perception towards Google Scholar in academic research. Okay, so based on the finding, it is aligned with the past studies by O and Upgrade 2019, which stated that Google Scholar perceived as highly useful to accomplish the research and to produce the better quality of the research. For the findings and discussion for research objective 2, which is to determine training teachers' preferred features or functionalities of Google Scholar, as you can see for PEO, majority of the respondents strongly agree that Google Scholar features has helped them in academic research. For item 2, 4, and 12, they got the higher mean with the lowest standard deviation, which reflects the most preferred functionalities of GS. As I I can say that the lower standard deviations means that the question is more reliable and not quite discrete. Okay, so this is aligned with the study by Om and Colon in 2019 that Google Scholar accessibility helps foster POU, which affecting students' perception towards system function. So the conclusion of my study is null hypothesis is rejected. Meanwhile, the alternative hypothesis, there is a significant impact of Google Scholar on trained teachers' academic research was accepted. For the recommendation, I would suggest for trained teachers to familiarize themselves with all of the functions of Google Scholar in order to fully utilize it in assisting them in the process of conducting academic research. For the administrators IPTM, they can hosting seminars, courses, or webcasts to familiarize departments, students, or lecturers with Google Scholar's functionalities and advantages. For the future research, I suggest that future researchers to identify the issues that hinder students from using Google Scholar in assisting the academic research. I suggest in more detail, I suggest them to conduct research on factors affecting the intention to use Google Scholar by using the same or different model. So we move to the implications. For training teachers, it is undoubted that Google Scholar has positive impacts towards trained teachers in many aspects that assist them in academic research. And for the administrators, when fully utilizing the Google Scholar, IPTM can be benchmark for other higher education institutions for producing high quality graduates based on their excellence in academic research, the existing of Google Scholar. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your advisory today. Christina talking about research among teachers, talking about Google Scholar. So, are you guys familiar with Google Scholar?
Yes.
Right. Okay, good, nice. Okay, so everyone's like familiar with Google Scholar. What about other research sources? Alspia, Scopus, Sega, and anything, more, I think more other, maybe like more than 10, okay? This research sources where you can find the article, the literature review, and so on. So I just want to ask you about the significance of the study, where you talked about what does it mean by the significance of the study?
Significance is the importance of the study towards the time and
Okay, so we are talking about the importance of the study. Okay, so you are talking about what is important to talk about the impact of using Google Scholar.
yes.
Okay, so when we talk about the impact of using Google Scholar, not just now, towards the end, the result were. Can you go further with the results? Okay. Yeah, finding especially when you have all very high. Okay, so this is my point of view. Why you are getting high result there? Because yes, of course, people know that Google Scholar helps students with the research. One of the easiest source for your research. So it's just that it's something that people already know, use. So we can we can talk about the novelty. Novelty means that it doesn't mean that you cannot talk about you cannot talk about Google Scholar being one of the major resources for the research. But then, what is the novelty in relevance to using Google Scholar? Other than you can talk about its function, maybe what does it help? Maybe how it is really friendly user, or how you can easily access them without having to pay. Maybe something that you can say is something that is novelty, different from other studies. Because it is quite well known that Google Scholar is mainly being used by most of the research researchers around the world. So we want something that is this is what we talk about novelty. Maybe maybe you can find the definition of the novelty in a study. So talking about the significance of the study here, we're talking about Google Scholar offers an extensive selection of academic publication for free. Okay, this is what we know. This is what we know already. So when we talk about what is the importance of the study, maybe you can say something like, okay, so that the student is encouraged to use Google Scholar in a very productive way. By apa? Using it, in finding the relevant topics, okay, in a very easy way and so on. Okay, so this is what we call the importance of the study. So it means that why we should do the study. People know about the Google Scholar, but then what do the people don't know yet about Google Scholar? So that is the importance of the study. Okay, this is my view about the importance. So when we talk about the importance, so what is the importance for you to conduct the study? So hence with the assist from Google Scholar, high quality academic research can be produced. This is also when people know that yes, we can use it can assist you with the with your study. So what is more that maybe you want to highlight using Google Scholar? All right, Mr. Suhairi.
Based on your research experience, I just want to can you explain the main training teachers preferred features or functionalities of Google Scholar? What are their preferred features?
Because there are so many preferred features that actually there's too many that sometimes people only know the surface. We know that we can search it through dates. It has many publications, but sometimes based on my findings, there is one of the item that has the lowest mean, which means that they are not aware that Google Scholar actually offer the features of noticing them through email on their preferred topics that they're interested in. So I think this is the objective of the study for the training teachers to know better about the Google Scholar itself.
Okay, so that's why maybe you can put that the significance of the study is to expose the academic the researchers to the function that is maybe not familiar with them, or the function that is maybe that needs to look at this function. So maybe you can say about that. That is what we call novelty. Something that is maybe, oh, now I know. That is what novelty is.
Because in fact we know.
Yes.
They use. But the functionalities, the features, that is something that they might not know.
Yeah.
Maybe I can change this
Yes.
one.
That's what you want to know.
Yes. Then people know that okay, other than this function, they also have these other choices of function that maybe we're not that familiar with. Then that's what we call novelty. Alright? Okay.
Just like you said, not everyone knows the function. So that's what you want to focus on.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good. So, yeah. This is what we have this discussion. This is what why we do this discussion. And to the rest of you guys, this is one of the major reasons why we do this session. Thank you so much. That's it. Okay. You didn't know me, right?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I know.
Is it your first time?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, before that, Madam Nur Hayati. Okay, I just been posted here more or less like 3 weeks ago. Okay, so I'm still in the middle of my studying. I'm doing my PhD in TESOL. So yeah, hi everyone. So sorry guys, I haven't introduced myself. Okay, so we are yes, more or less the same. I've just actually finished my proposal defense, some few months ago. So that's having to have that experience. Okay, I was like, yeah, I was in your shoes before, so no worries. We are going to discuss and share our experience. All right, no worries. Okay. Okay.
So you'll be asked by someone just defended her thesis.
No lah. Mr. Zuhari, no lah. Not, he knows his lot, Wait, wait.
Romeo and Juliet well.
Cannot. Documentary.
So, can I over here?
Right. Oh, so you
Nampak
can
tak?
hear
Nampak
our
tak?
voice clearly lah.
Yeah.
Tak nak lah.
Alah, tak
Lepas
best
tu
lah.
nanti-
Malu lah.
Tak malu lah.
Malu lah
Lepas
dengan
tu
suara
nanti bila
kita.
kita cakap benda ni kena pusing ke? Tak kan?
Nanti kita pusing.
Tak payah. Kau pandai kau kan. Bang kan.
Boleh pusing kalau nak pusing.
Culture shock. Yeah, I want to know more about the Romeo and Juliet stuff just now. I was looking about the culture shock of studying Romeo and Juliet. Is it from this room?
This one.
You?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking for you to return.
Culture shock as major issue.
Okay, so you are interested with literature? You don't know?
It's all minor, of course.
Oh,
I
my.
need to be interested.
You have to be interested. Wow.
Yeah.
Because I'm interested. My study will be on literature, so I'm looking forward to listen to literature presentation.
Habis lah.
Fokus kajian. Tak apa lah, janganlah, okay? Fokus
Boleh je, boleh je.
Boleh.
Come on lah.
Alah,
Time ni lah nak
kan.
belajar.
Masa ni. Okay, kita sama-sama belajar. Sekejap. Chill. Relax. Oh, today is like 1st November. Okay.
Oh, dari tadi tak ada cerita lagi.
Dah. This is my 16th year of my 16th year of my service in
KPM.
Yeah, KPM. The day I was posted for my first school. Okay, yes.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah.
I'm not okay.
Why not okay?
Come on lah.
Don't say that
Just humor set.
Imagine that this is a curriculum study class.
Okay.
I like humor set. Can I do salam now?
Okay, yeah. Whatever.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I greet to everyone. I am Raudah Sofia binti Raini Zamani, and I'm here presenting my research paper entitled Culture Shock as the Major Issue Faced by TASA Students in the Drama Romeo and Juliet. Alright, learning is an essential process for human being. We learn to gain knowledge, and we learn to get a good job maybe, and we learn to get a good certificate. However, learning doesn't only require books or maybe sometimes writing and so on, but we can also gain knowledge through learning drama. And learning drama refers to the process of gaining information, abilities, and comprehension pertaining to the study and practice of drama, according to Alasmar and Asha'an 2020. And the drama that I'm focusing in my study is Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. Alright, learners, when they learn drama, they can enhance their creativity, communication abilities, and self-expression, as well as their understanding of the function of drama in one's culture by participating in drama classes. Not only that, okay, I want to highlight that when we learn drama, because literature is our minor, right? I want to highlight about the use of Romeo and Juliet drama. Okay, most lesson students always think that Western drama always give us culture shock, and that's why I choose this title to investigate throughout my research paper. But do you already know what is culture shock? Okay, culture shock is a common phenomenon that many ESL learner like us as a teacher go through when they come into contact with a new culture, such as culture encircling Western drama like Romeo and Juliet. Because in Romeo and Juliet, there's a lot of taboos and sensitive themes, like I want to mention, okay, like the rivalry, like the Montague and the Capulet between the Romeo and Juliet. Okay, why I choose to study is tested. Okay, first, as a teacher, we are preparing ourselves to be a teacher soon, inshallah. And this issue is always current and needs to be solved in order for IPG KDRI lesson students to be able to improve their literacy knowledge and skills without any hindrances. If we go through culture shock and then we don't even know how to tackle ourselves or how to prevent or avoid ourselves from going out of the culture shock experience, then how can we want to get posted soon? If this issue is not tackled earlier, then according to Curtis 2019, it can be more severe at the tertiary level. Alright, and number two, as I mentioned earlier, as an English teacher, we always get familiarized in performing drama, in role playing or acting in theatre, right? So in our school later, we need to teach or we need to train our pupils to perform drama. And do not, if we do not encounter our problem here, then it will be bigger issue later. Therefore, these skills are highly needed to be mastered, and this issue is really need to be solved. Alright, and throughout my research, I bring to you two objectives and two questions. And my first objective is to identify the extent culture shock affects TASA students in learning Romeo and Juliet drama. And the question comes is, to what extent culture shock affects TASA students in learning Romeo and Juliet drama? And my second objective is to identify the culture shock difference between male and female students in learning Romeo and Juliet drama. And the question comes with it is there any culture shock difference between male and female students in learning Romeo and Juliet drama? And this research is carried out due to a null hypothesis, which is there is no significant culture shock difference between male and female students in learning drama Romeo and Juliet. Alright, when I carry out this research, I thought of two significance why this study is actually important. First, for ourselves, for our as students being, it can assist as a students to identify to what extent their culture shock level affects their learning the Romeo and Juliet drama. If this study is not being issued, then no one would have the courage to voice out their discomfort and so on. And they will also be able to reflect on their duty as a future teacher and focus on solving these problems while enhancing their performance in learning or even acting the drama. And the second, just now I talked about being an English teacher for ourselves, but how our lecturers in ITG, the one who teach us drama, can get the advantage of this study. Okay, as a lecturer in ITG can also look into this issue deeper and provide solutions for their students. Let's say when they teach their students and the students say something about their discomfort and so on, then they can apply or try to adopt and adapt a new teaching strategies or new teaching method so that the students will be more comfortable in learning the drama itself. Alright, under my research, I bring to you two theories, which is very familiar. The first one is from JBB. It's about cognitivism theory. When we talk about cognitivism, it's something to do with our brain, our cognitive development. Alright, this research is focused on the students' process of learning and how they address the issues of receiving, organizing, storing, and retrieving information that occur in their mind. Because whenever we learn drama, because we have a lot of things to learn. Sometimes we learn about the literacy skills, we learn about the metaphor, this thing and this thing. And if students don't have powerful cognitive development, they cannot even retrieve the information and keep it in their mind. And second, this aligns with the process of learning drama, like I mentioned just now, whereby we need to learn how to project our voice, we need to learn how to perform the play, for example, the Romeo and Juliet itself. And the last one, it requires TESOL students like us to carefully organize the information they gain and present the information whether in the form of writing or performing. Okay, when I relate theory with cognitivism theory, something to do with our brain, right? When we learn about literature, about drama, okay, I focus on the drama of Romeo and Juliet. When we learn about the drama, I still remember 4 years ago, we not only remember, okay, write the personification, like the metaphor, what is this meaning, but we also need to learn how to memorize the dialogue, memorize the script, because we are going to act during our theatre. And that's why this theory is really related to this study, because as a students, if they face culture shock issue, then they cannot go this cognitive development because it start there. And the second one, I highlight the effective filter hypothesis by Stephen Pressure. Okay, through this theory, it involves the affective variables. We talk about affection that human gets or human. Okay, it's including 3 key points here, which are motivation, interest, and anxiety. Okay, these 3 things, whereby motivation, interest, and anxiety, Stephen Pressure really take these 3 as a vital role in learning. Okay, when motivation and interest is high, then the anxiety level of the student will be low. Okay, so this will ease for them. This will ease them to learn the drama or the language better. But if they have high anxiety level, then they will feel demotivated and not interested to learn. Okay, so there's a students who are in culture shock phase will feel nervous to learn, and they will take time in coping and adjusting or even assimilating to the Western culture that will be presented in Romeo and Juliet drama itself. Okay, I bring to you past researchers two, which one first locally and second abroad. Okay, for the first past research I took on 2015 by Nik Hassan Shohaimi on the culture shock and the teaching of Shakespeare to Muslim students in Malaysia. Okay, before that I want to make a disclaimer why I choose this local study, because we have so many local study, right? Okay, for my research study, I take my batch, which is I tested June 2020 intake, whereby all of us are Muslim. So maybe it has relation with our religion, and that's why I took these past researchers. Okay, and this study investigated the experience of Muslim students learning Shakespeare in Malaysia and the study find out that students actually experience culture shock as a result of disparities in language, cultural norms, and literary genres. Because we know that in Romeo and Juliet drama, it is a classical English drama, right? So maybe some of our students do not even understand the classic language itself. And the second one I took abroad, which is on 2021 by Thomas Edward on the impact of culture shock on motivation and identity in second language learning, whereby this past research actually related to the theory by Stephen Krashen just now. Okay, first it investigated how culture shock impact the international graduate students in America, whereby in the terms of their motivation and identity in the second language learning environment. And Thomas Edward finds out that everyone is susceptible to experiencing culture shock regardless of their religion, of their races, of their cultural background, or even if that person has pure cultural background about other culture. So Thomas Edward also proved that culture shock really has power to challenge and transform people. So no wonder if someone, when they go through a culture shock experience, then they will change slowly into another different person. Alright, for my methodology, first for the research respondent, I decided to propose a sampling method whereby I take all of 70 pathogens going to today. I deduct me and I just 10 respondent for my pilot study and 60 for my real study. Okay, why I took all 70 in my batch? Because according to Story applied in 2019, it is preferable to use the entire population as a sample if the population decided is fewer than 100. Alright, for my data analysis, I decided to run my first objective just now through descriptive analysis on SPSS version 22, and I write my second objective about the difference between gender to through the test, which is differential statistics. And the design is survey, and my research approach is quantitative. For my instrument, it only consists of two sections, whereby the first section or section A is demographic information, where I collected the respondents' age and classes, and the second one, and the second is culture shock experience in the development drama, whereby it consists of 28 items in the questionnaire, and it has 5 Likert scale ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree. Alright. Just now I talked about my instrument, right? So how can I know my instrument is valid and I can use it? Okay, for to test validity and reliability of the instrument, I have ranked my instrument to pilot study, whereby I use SPSS again to find the compounds alpha. Okay, I collect the items through survey, whereby I distribute the survey in Google Form via WhatsApp one month, starting from early September until early October. Okay, just now I have mentioned I took 10 students for this pilot study, and according to Edrich et al. 2016, there is no agreement on the number of pilot study participants. However, the recommended number varies from 10 per group to 60 to 75 per group. So in my batch, there are 70 test students. So that's why I decided to take at least 10 students. And here, as I presenting, my compass alpha is above the level of acceptability, whereby it portrays here 0.79, and according to budget and all 2020, values between 0.7 and 0.9 are above the level of acceptability, and it shows that I can rank my real data to 60 of the respondent. Okay, this is the 3-level mean value interpretation table. by Nur Farahana, Zulkarnain and Manur Hasniah Hussein on 2018, and I indicate my mean value, my data that I already ran in SPSS to know which level of culture shock actually my respondents are in. Okay, I want to highlight here that on low level it is 1 until 2.33, and to moderate level it is 2.34 until 3.67. Why I want to highlight about the low and moderate level, because my data has found out that there is no high level on the data itself. And like just now, like I presented earlier, my questionnaire consists of 5 like a scale ranging from strongly disagree to strongly agree.
This is very very big, and you are talking about as a student. As a student,
Alright, findings and discussion for my research question 1. Okay, just now I have said earlier that my research question number 1 is to what extent culture shock affect students in the Roman and Juliet drama. And when I run the data through SPSS version 2, it's come out that the mean actually is in low level. But just now I have presented that low level is 2.33 and the moderate level is 2.34. So it only has difference. It only has difference in 0.0.1 for the students to have the culture shock experience before they enter the moderate level. So if the lecturer itself, the student itself doesn't do anything to cater this culture shock experience, then it's it can be higher up their culture shock level into moderate, and no wonder if someday they will fluctuate into high level. Alright, for my RQ, for my second RQ, is there any culture shock difference between male and female as a student in Romeo and Juliet drama? Okay, for P value, just now I presented there is null hypothesis, whereby there is no significant difference between the gender, and the data that come out to my SPSS is proven that there is actually no difference, no significant difference between gender, because my significant to take is 0.33, so it can be regarded that my null hypothesis is accepted. Okay, so the conclusion here that I can make is overall the findings of the study has identified that the extent of culture shock that affects Texas students in the Romeo and Juliet drama is low in general, because the mean that I found out earlier is 2.33. However, like I mentioned earlier, since this is low to moderate level of mean with 0.01 of the difference, it actually has the possibility to cause an increasing pattern. Like I mentioned earlier, if no authorities or stakeholder or the higher up themselves do not take any actions to lowering or lessening the culture shock level more. And for my past research just now that I've already presented, is study on my research that culture shock on the culture shock as a major issue among the students has proven that it is not aligned with past researchers, whereby the culture shock is actually not a major issue for IT secondary research in 2020. Alright, and the findings of the study show there is no significant culture shock difference between men, because the mean for men is 2.5 and female students take the mean as 2.28 in the Romeo and Juliet drama, and the P value of the gender is now 0.33, whereby it is bigger and higher than 0.05, then my null hypothesis is accepted. Because I already mentioned earlier, there is no significant culture shock difference between male and female students. Alright, so recommendation for future research or for certain authorities is first to implement a holistic approach. Just now I have mentioned that my research is quantitative, and for future researcher, I would like to suggest to conduct a qualitative approach approach.
So secondary
Because
contohnya.
qualitative
So
approach
test
will
sekarang
allow
macam
more
mana dia baru
information
ready.
to be discovered.
Baru
Not
je
only
dapat.
Romeo and Juliet,
Ada
but
compare.
possibly maybe another masterpiece by Shakespeare as well. For my suggestion, maybe future in future we can find another masterpiece by Shakespeare and to compare another masterpiece by Shakespeare. So with that, we can know which one that will cause students to have worse culture shock level, and maybe we can also do triangulation method by having interview, because in quantitative design, we only I here only run descriptive and inferential. So if future researcher implement a quantitative approach, then it can find more defined entities about the study. Okay, for the second one, with a supportive parental environment. Not only the students or not only the lecturer itself, but parents also play a very crucial role at home or maybe outside the home. Okay. For example, parents can support the role of motivating the students to learn drama for the sake of gaining good knowledge. Why here I highlight good knowledge? Because our Asian parents always scold us if we watch movies, right? Okay, so if parents know, if parents understand the importance of maybe catching new vocabularies or learn the new language in classic in English drama like Romeo and Juliet, then they will support this better. But with guidelines, the kids must, the students must be watched or maybe guided by the parents itself, so that during the learning or maybe during the watching session of the drama itself, they do not watch something that's bad or maybe that's terrible. Okay, and the third involve more regulation at IPGM level. Okay, just now I have mentioned that for my study, I only read my study in this IPG, IPG and I only took my batch, which is IPG Excel June 2028. And actually, maybe if I take only my batch and only this IPG, it doesn't allow for more detailed and more defined findings. Then, if future research involve more population, then this will enable to the extent short effects other IPG students as well. Because perhaps that this IPG culture shock experience is not same with the other IPG students culture shock different culture shock level. And for the implication, I took two parties, which is the first one, the lecturer's duty, and the second one is the student's reminder itself. Okay, lecturer's duty is I would highlight the close relationship between students and the lecturer itself. Okay, lecturers must improve their relay with the students. Okay, sometimes we can see that certain of our friends, maybe certain of our classmates, are still being discomfort, are still being shy or embarrassed to talk anything about learning of our lecturer. But lecturers successfully improve their relay to the students, then this will bridge the gap that lecturer and students have. Then if the students feel close enough with the lecturer, then according to SETI and Scales on 2020, this will improve students' academic achievement. Because what? Because if the students feel close enough, then they will feel courage enough and they will be brave enough to voice out their point of views, or maybe they can confess their discomfort in learning and so on. Okay, the second one, it works as a student reminder itself. When I do this research, I actually remind myself again. Okay, we know that learning literature is not easy. Okay, because there are so many things that we need to convey and comprehend, like the classical language itself, like the tables and so on. But English play, such as Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare, is actually an excellent tool to stimulate students' interest in the standard culture and language. We as a TASA students, we cannot rely on our culture, on our Malay culture.
Cik dah tu. Implication. Okay, thank you.
Alright. Okay, so thank you so much, Raudah Safia. Okay, so the first impression when I look at your title, the culture shock as the major issue faced by TESOL student in learning drama Romeo and Juliet. So the word culture shock is very big for me because as because when we use the word culture shock, it should actually give that impact to the participant. So look at the participant or the respondent right now. The respondent is the TESOLian students. Okay, where I believe TESOLian students. Okay, they learn English, learn the subjects. Okay, you know, they read books, okay, related to their studies, and yeah, basically they will read a lot of literary material. So when we talk about Romeo and Juliet, I just a simple question. Do we believe that Thessalian students are shocked with Romeo and Juliet? Okay, as compared to what you have in the slide when we talk about the past research where Nik Hassan Suhaimi, Nik Abdul Rahman, 2015, how many years back is that? 8 or 9 years back, culture shock and the teaching of Shakespeare to Muslim students in Malaysia. So Muslim students in Malaysia, okay, we're gonna look at look at the idea of Muslim students and what. Okay, just want to ask you, talking about the Muslim student, which level are they now? Are they at that point of time? Do you have that? Do you have the literature? Okay, Muslim student. Okay, so what about them? University students. Okay, what course?
It is something to do on TESOL because when I take past research, I'm highlighting the ESL learners with Western literature.
Okay, so and one thing when you are presenting or when you are doing your defense or viva in the future, be careful not to generalize. For example, I think for the past three previous presenters, you were using the word always. We all know. Okay, always the parents always. Okay, once you use the word we all know always, it shows that you are not confident with your statement, okay, or your argument. So that's why it is really important when you want to say something or statement, it should be supported with the literature review. For example, just now you were saying that, for example, parent in Asia, they always avoid us from watching blah 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 and so on. Where is the literature review? You can't simply say that without a supportive a support from a research. Okay, so be careful with the use the word of people always. We all know. We don't know. You need to assume that the audience, they don't know. The examiners here don't know. Okay, so just now you were talking. Okay, I think you say I think it's something related to the test. Okay, now we agree it is related to the TESOL student. Okay, I will search for this. Nik Hassan Suhaimi. Okay, I'm gonna see whether it is related to TESOLian. Okay, so it is 8 years back. Okay, so maybe I can say that they have that culture shock. So after 8 years, with the technology, with all the TikTok thing, Instagram thing, so do you think this is still relevant? Okay, saying that TESOLian student will have that culture shock. So your answer, your finding would be they have low, the result is low. So of course, yeah. So the just to say that the finding is quite obvious. So I just want maybe the finding is okay. Just that maybe the word culture shock maybe is not that suitable to use for our generation right now.
for to learn Romeo and Juliet, and you should maybe you can focus on whether the culture shock uh, refers to the language or the culture or the ancient background that they have in the novel itself. So maybe you want to focus on that thing, or maybe the whole story is it is a culture shock for them. So maybe we can really understand which part is what is they are being culture shocked with. So yeah, so this is what I'm still figuring out. Why are these Thessalian students? Why are you using Thessalian student to say that they have having this culture shock? So is it relevant now to do that, or maybe you have that? Maybe you can work on that. So this is my personal view. Okay, so yeah, I just want to know that if you talk about culture shock and the teacher of Shakespeare to Muslim student in Malaysia, Tessel. So back then, no non-Muslim student they don't learn TESOL. So it's just like something is quite ambiguous there. Okay, doubtful there. All right. So but then the whole idea is I really like the study on the text itself. Okay, so good job, Rauda. Okay. Okay.
Okay, for me, it's like first you have to be very clear about reliability and validity. When you talk about the Chroma alpha value, that's reliability. That's not validity. Validity is when you present your questionnaire to the subject matter expert. Okay, and then they got your questionnaire checked whatsoever, and then after that you can consider your questionnaire is valid. Okay, and then second one is where do you get your instrument?
Instrument.
Ah.
Okay, I combine these. Wait, okay, I combine these two research in order to create the 28 items just now. So I mix here and there. So basically, why I highlight these two past researches because these two has inspired me a lot on creating and altering my instrument.
Okay, because in there in your slides you didn't mention anything related to your questionnaire. Okay, you adapted from this, you combined. Did you mention?
Did I?
I don't know.
I forget both. But yeah, I actually in my thesis, I inserted 6 to 7 past researchers within 10 years back. But when
I don't read your thesis.
yeah, but for this by bar, why I only put these two because I took their instrument as my inspiration. Like that.
You have to put in there. Before they use TAM model. We know TAM model is very well structured model being used for technology acceptance. So we know the questionnaires are based on a very contributed to my participants. This is a uh, very good instrument. Okay. So in terms of validity, have you validated with anyone?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I did the PI
Okay.
and my SP, of course.
Okay. So if they agree, then it should be okay lah. It's just that you need to mention where did you take your instrument from. Okay.
I have a question. Okay, just now you suggest me to right. I in presentation not only in Viva right. Lecturers always advise us to not be in wordy. So is it okay if we just already?
It's not wordy. It's just like okay. you put things like this adapted from this. That's it. Because I read your um, methodology, instrument, survey consists of two sections, demographic, culture shock. Where did you get those? Adapted from what?
It's to past research.
Put there. Adapted from. Because you're not doing this on your own. You adapt it from somewhere.
So we can actually put any important details in the slide.
Yes.
So as long as not very wordy.
Yes.
So how the level of being wordy can
That's really preferable to use.
so this one I just can orally present by certain type this is so.
Yes. Macam, okay, you can say that population less ni should be used entire. Rephrase. Make it shorter. Okay. But adding things like adapting from this, it's not that wordy pun.
It's the important detail, right?
Yes. Instrument. Okay, adapted from study blah blah, nama orang and then tahun. Okay, that's it. We know that you adapting your instrument from somewhere. Okay. Overall, okay. Good. But you're shaky.
No, I'm actually very cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the aircon is so hot.
Oh, ada je jawapan.
Okay, thank you for your feedback. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well done.
Asal stop dulu kot.
Yelah, dia buat kena stop. Okay, so later nanti bila dah masa habis kita memang kena buat tutup. Mama tak dengar yang tu
Kena ketuk ni, ketuk meja.
Black is. This is your baru.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a break. Please proceed to the tel track lobby for refreshment and return at 11:10. Thank you.
Mana ada sikit. Mana ada lama lah. Ini first one lama.
Beruk siapa beruk? Beruk nama tu. Siapa?
Itu abang saya.
Astaghfirullahaladzim.
Kenapa?
Ada WhatsApp.
Oh, itu abang saya.
from parents, and finally their overall perception on the significance of these two types of parental involvement on their academic performance in IPT KDRI. Moving on to the data collection procedures, we have started the research journey since the previous semester where we did our research proposal, and then followed by the construction of research instrument. After we have received permission from IPTM to conduct the study in IPT institutions, I have continued to submit my research instrument to Jabatan Perancangan Penyelidikan dan Inovasi (JBB) in IPT KDRI, and then I proceeded with my pilot study before distributing the final form of my research item to the actual sample of my study, and finally the data analysis. As for the data analysis procedures, there are two types of data analysis implemented in the study. The first one is descriptive analysis and the other one is inferential analysis. Both of these data analysis were conducted and utilized SPSS software version 22. However, the only difference between these two types of data analysis is that the descriptive analysis focus on the findings for research question 1, which is the perception of the secondary teachers on the significance, whereby we focus on the interpretation of the data through their mean and standard deviation of each item in the questionnaire. As for the inferential analysis, we focus on the findings for research question 2, which indicated if there is a significant relationship between the parental involvement and academic performance. Therefore, I utilized the Pearson correlation coefficient to identify the relationship between these two variables. As for the data findings, this refers to the research question 1, and that one refers to research question 2, as I have mentioned. If you view this bar chart, it actually refers to the physical support, emotional support, and also the overall perception on the significance. This is based on the three sections, section B, C, and D in the research item. Research tools, instrument, yes. And from the numbers here from 0 to 4 indicate the 4-point Likert scale, 1 being strongly disagree and 4 being strongly agree. So the findings for this research question 1 is that most of the average perception of these TESOL trainee teachers in IPT KDRI have recognized the physical support and also emotional support, and they agree that they have received these kinds of parental involvement from their parents. And finally, they also agree to the significance of these two types of parental involvement towards their academic performance in IPT KDRI. I forgot to mention in the section D, the final question asks the respondents to classify their current CGPA levels. Okay, so for the research question 2, I said that I've utilized Pearson correlation coefficient. So I'm identifying the relationship between academic performance and physical support, as well as the academic performance and emotional support. Both of these relationships have portrayed a significant value of 0.00, which is indicated as significant by MacDot 2019 because the p-value or the significant value is lower than 0.05. As for the strength, the R value refers to the strength of these relationships. The first relationship has a strength of the relationship 0.61 and the second one 0.59. Both of these indicated that the relationship is strong. From the findings of the research question 1 and research question 2, it's indicated that the majority of these respondents have received adequate involvement from their parents. And these TESOL trainee teachers also agree that their parents have played a role in their tertiary studies, and therefore acknowledging the significance of their parents' involvement. The significance is proven by the positive responses and as well as the respondents' CGPA. Finally, from the findings of research question 2, it can be discussed that the parents' physical and emotional support both are relevant in bringing a positive impact to their children's performance in tertiary level education. Therefore, both the research hypotheses are accepted. In conclusion, parents' presence in education evaluation methods is proven vital for tertiary education as much as it is vital from primary education. And this is aligned with the findings of the 4 previous researchers I have mentioned. And it's also crucial to maintain the adequate amount of parental involvement towards their children who are pursuing studies in tertiary education. Next up is the recommendations for future researchers. I would recommend 3 aspects: sample, instrument, and also the research design. As for the sample, future researchers can collect data from a larger sample, or they can also include the sample from other institutions. In terms of the instrument, you can utilize other questionnaires, not only my questionnaire that I have adapted from previous researchers, but you can also refer to other studies that you find suitable for this topic. And finally, the research design, you can substitute quantitative approach with a qualitative or mixed method approach for you to gain a wider range of information that relates to your topic. And finally, the implications. So the implications of these research findings are towards the students and also the educational institutions at tertiary level. So what do we need to do? These are some suggestions on how we can let the students gain more benefit from this education. One of the ways is to increase participation from their parents, and at the same time, the students or the children of these parents must also encourage their parents to be more involved in their tertiary education, because it is a two-way process. And finally, in terms of the educational institutions, one of the ways that you can do to encourage these parents of students at tertiary education to be more involved in their children's tertiary education process is to utilize media. One of the ways is to utilize maybe social media platforms that are familiar to parents, and the contents of these platforms could relate to the current updates of the institutions or the students and the student needs, importance, and the positive impact of participation from all the stakeholders, including their parents. So that is all.
Okay, well done. Okay, so this is very impressive. Because I say I'm watching a real proposal defense made by master PhD student. Well, congratulations on that. Alright. Okay, so just a few things here. Alright. First of all, that I have to say this. Maybe you think that this is how difficult. I have to say this. You're smart. Okay. Even in the real PhD defense, okay, please avoid using this background, like this kind of background, because it's going to distract the examiners. Okay, examiners when doing the proposal defense, the examiners will be your examiner. They will be external examiners, someone that barely know. So please, I have this difficult, I can't really go through and read. I have to simply find the major parts of the text. Okay, so be careful with the slides. Okay, alright. I like this. There's now presenter. Yes, Christina. I like this one. Okay, it's easier. It's easier for me to see, to read. Usually in the presentation slides, please, okay, not too much word, okay, not too crowded, and then the background it should be like lighter color, and then not so many colors in one slide. Preferable 2 at most. For example, during representation, only black and red, just to highlight. Okay, not so many beautiful colors. Okay, this is not macam kindergarten presentation where it should be colorful. Okay, alright. So just a few things. I just want to clarify. Can you please explain on the conceptual framework there? What do you mean by principles of
itself, they are the types of physical support. Some of them being their parents monitoring the tutorial tasks or the continuous assessments, and then in terms of um, being being the reason for them to choose this course, and that those are the types of physical support.
Alright. Okay, but then the slide is like the slide are clear, then maybe I would be asking you more questions, but same participant lah, you want to know right? Okay, but anyway, anyhow, congratulations. Okay, thank you so much for that. Alright, good job. Yeah, the number of samples quite good, huh? Input number 126. Yeah, good. Nak macam mana ni kita tengok ni on good.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the difference pun akan highlight tau. I can see better.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi lecturers and my fellow classmates and also juniors. So my name is Penyelidikan and I am a supervisor under the subject ERP. And my research title is Identity Data Solution vocabulary is very essential for second language proficiency because it is necessary for effective communication. And since we all know in Malaysia, most of us use English as a second language, so vocabulary is very important for us to have effective communication. And according to the Ministry of Education Malaysia 2015, all TESOL students' final competence level must be set at a minimal level of C1. So, and according to South 2023, it is crucial to evaluate university students' academic vocabulary achievement in order to determine their learning progress. And from all of these, my purpose is to study and identify the training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level so that they will be able to grab and know their current level of vocabulary. Okay, now so for the statement of problem, the problem statement 1 is according to Observe 2019, many students at the tertiary level have a problem with reading fluency and accuracy due to the lack of vocabulary. And so it means that students with low vocabulary will have problems in reading and comprehending text at university level. And problem statement 2, according to Irvin and Penyelidikan 2015, students whose vocabulary level are lower than normal range may significantly impact their university level academic performance. So it means that students with lower level of vocabulary, they will have academic problems in university. And the last one is the levels of one's vocabulary affect their ability to communicate. And this is supported by Voluntary 2018, where university students frequently run into problems when presenting and struggle to effectively communicate their ideas due to the size of their vocabularies. Hence, all of these problems are focusing on the tertiary level students. So, this problem should be addressed in order to help the training teachers to improve their C1 vocabulary mastery level. So, my research objective, the first one is determining the IPT KRI lesson June 2028 training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level. And the second one is to identify the difference between male and female IPT KRI lesson June 2028 training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level. So, in line with the research question, the first one is what is the IPT KRI lesson June 2028 C1 vocabulary mastery level, and the second one is there any difference between male and female IPT KRI lesson June 2022 training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level. So the hypothesis from all of this research question is there is a significant difference between male and female IPT KRI lesson June 2022 training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level. So the research significance, there are two groups that affected by this. The first one is TESOL training in IPT because by this study, you can gain insight about the C1 vocabulary mastery level, and also be able to consider their weaknesses in vocabulary. And by this, they can also concentrate on resolving the issues to enhance their C1 vocabulary performance. And the next one is lesson and training IPTs. By this study, they will know their students' C1 vocabulary mastery level, and they will be able to explore different teaching strategies that are suitable with their current students' vocabulary levels. So for the past researchers, I have 6 past researchers that are related with my study. The first one is by Nur Haswani Munira et al. And the second one is Sani et al. These two studies are in Malaysian context, where they measure the vocabulary, the size of vocabulary levels in Malaysian students, and they use the word levels instead of CEFR. And the result is most of them have a very low level of vocabulary, which is at a very minimal level, which is the 2 words level. And third one is the above context by Project 2014. And this study is focused on only one level, which is the university or academic word level. And the result is only a quarter of the student possess a mastery of university level vocabulary. Next one. Okay, these three are all from Indonesian country research. And the first one, by Novianti 2016, they also use the word saber, the same as the Malaysian research. And the result is also the same, that no student achieved the higher level, and most of the students were in the 753 to 1000 word level. And the second one is by Farista Walandari 2019. Instead of using the word level and the CFR, the vocabulary test is categorized by grade, which is A, B, C, and D. But the result is the vocabulary skills of the students were also low, last one is the latest one by Novia Afrika, 2021. This is the only study that used TEFR level, and most of the beginners are ranked at the A1 and A2. This is very low because for college students, the minimum level is C1. So, so for the conceptual framework, we have independent variable, which is the demographic gender that should be quite the dependent variable, which is the C1 vocabulary mastery level. So we go to the methodology. The research design for my research is quantitative and using the survey research. And the research setting, I use MPT KDRI SMP, that's on June 2022 intake training teachers, where they have 136 respondents. But I use 100 respondents after excluding 36 respondents for the pilot study. And I use all of this using the total sampling method because according to Arikuntu 2002, if the sample is below or 100 or below 100, it's better to use all of them. And for the data collection, the research instrument, I use C1 vocabulary test that consists of 40 questions of multiple choice questions from English test online websites that is on advanced level. And the instrument was shared through WhatsApp in Google Form format, but I give them 30 minutes time limits because I don't want them to search the answer and everything. And for the data analysis, I have two. The first one is descriptive analysis that I use to answer the research question 1. And the second one is inferential analysis, which is the independent sample test to answer the research question 2. So for the pilot study, to know their reliability, the corporate alpha value is used. And I use 26 participants because according to more 2011, at least 12 participants are advised for the pilot study. And the result is 0.8. And this shows that my instrument is reliable enough because according to Stroke et al. 2004, the reliability should be at least 0.6 for pilot investigation. Okay, now we go to the data findings. For research question 1, what is the IPT KDRI that's on June 2022 intake training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level? So we're going to look at the mean, which is the average score of the students, which is 36 out of 40 marks. And according to Lisa et al. 2013, students who score 50% on MCQ test, which is 20 out of 40, are considered as good. And because the mean or the average score of the students is 26, it means that it's bigger than 50% of 40 questions. So, and then at the second level, which is 58% of the students got the score of in the range of 26 to 40, which means that it is above the average score. So we can say that the majority of the MBTI that's on June 2022 intake students have a good C1 vocabulary mastery level that is slightly over. Okay, so now for the research question 2, is there any difference between male and female MBTI that's on June 2022 intake training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level? So for this, I use independent sample test. So we are going to look at the first one, the significant value, which is the for the limit test. According to Samuels and Bill Price, 2014, if the value is bigger than 0.05, we are going to look at the first column, which is equal variance assumed. And the t-test for equality means the p-value is 0.03. And according to Andrew 2016, if the value is lower than 0.05, it means that there is a significant difference. Hence, the result for this, the affirmative hypothesis is accepted. So for the discussion, the first one is IPT KDRI that's on June 2022 training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level is good. This is aligned with the findings in her Rasmus 26 study, where which confirmed that the students at the Department of English Education in Islamic University of Jakarta mostly have a good vocabulary mastery. And the second one is there is a significant difference between male and female training teachers C1 vocabulary mastery level. And this is supported by Kruger's 2014 findings, where in his finding there is a significant difference among the Kenyan university students, while the female outperform their male colleagues on the mastery of academic level vocabulary. So for the conclusion, it's concluded that most of the PICP that's on June 2022 intake achieve a good C1 vocabulary mastery level, and there is a significant difference between male and female MBTI the recommendations, this is for the future researchers. First one, I would suggest to utilize the bigger population by including more participants from other cohort, because some of the cohort might be have a little population, so they can compare the findings with vessel from other measures. And the second one is broaden the application by involving lesser training teachers from other IPT campuses. And I suggest to use all IPT campuses because the IPTN can know the current level of the C1 vocabulary mastery level of the students. And the last one is widening the research focus. By widening the research focus, by adding more research objectives. For example, check their cultural background if they are affecting the C1 mastery vocabulary level of the students. Okay, the last one is implications. IPT KDRI, there are two locations that are impacted by this study, which is IPT KDRI has scheduled to do 20 technical intake training teachers, because by this study it enables the basic training teachers to pinpoint on which C1 vocabulary words that are difficult for them to comprehend, and they will be able to take additional steps to broaden their vocabulary of knowledge and background. And the second one is IPT KDRI has a lectures. So according to SELF 2023, educators can use specific techniques to raise the students' vocabulary level if they are aware of the scope of the vocabulary. So these findings can assist the lecturers in planning the appropriate classroom activities that can increase the training teachers' C1 vocabulary mastery level. So that's all. Okay. from the population, and I know that gender is affecting them. And actually, I use SPM results to check there is affecting the C1 vocabulary mastery level. But then when I discuss it with my supervisors and all, it seems like the time frame is too long. So we are going to use the gender because there are a difference between male and females, you know. So that's why I choose to check on the difference between them.
for these problem statements is, first one is gamification, like vocabulary games and quizzes, can help students learn and remember words better. Teacher can make it fun and reward progress to keep students interested and motivated. For the second problem, by applying gamification principles to vocabulary acquisition, aim to create a learning environment that not only captures students' interest but also encourage them to actively participate in the learning process. Next, my research consists of three main objectives. First one is to identify the perception of teacher trainees on the use of gamification method in the context of vocabulary acquisition. Second one is to identify the significant difference between male and female teacher trainees towards the perception of the gamification method in vocabulary acquisition. Third and the final one is to identify the main contributions of gamification method in the context of vocabulary acquisition. Next is my research questions and hypothesis. So the first one is, what is the perception on the use of gamification method to improve vocabulary acquisition? The second one is there any significant difference between male and female reservist teacher trainees towards gamification method in improving vocabulary acquisition? The final one is, what is the main contribution of gamification method in the context of vocabulary acquisition? My research hypothesis is, the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference between male and female pre-service teacher trainees towards gamification method in improving vocabulary acquisition. So, for my research significance, there are two groups that we invented by this research. The first one is educators and category, which is the lecturers. By understanding teacher trainees' perception, it can inform the training of the future educators, helping them integrate effective teaching strategies. Second one is teacher trainees in elementary country. It will provide insight to the practicality of using gamification in real-world classroom settings, whether it aligns with the educational goals. Next one is past research. I've chosen three past research to involve in my research. First one is from Benjamin and Julio from 2022, entitled The Pedagogical Use of Gamification in English Vocabulary Training and Learning in Higher Education. The second one is from Barry and entitled Devising Gamification for Vocabulary Development and Motivation, an experimental mixed model study. The last one is from Penyelidikan from 2021, the utilization of mobile assisted gamification for vocabulary learning, its efficacy and perceived benefit. These three past research has shown that positive feedback in enhancing vocabulary acquisition among students. This is the conceptual framework. Conceptual framework shows relationship between two variables, which is IB and DB. For my research, the IB is the vocabulary acquisition and the DB is the outcome, which is high or low. Next is research methodology. For my research design, I choose the survey questionnaire. For research approach, I've chosen for my research quantitative approach, and the research population, which is my batch, BISMP June 2020, that's all teacher trainees, which consists of 70 teacher trainees, excluding me. The research sample chosen is 59 teacher trainees. For my research instrument, I have used CE Mark 2018 titled Student Perception about Gamified Methods in English as the Second Language Acquisition, and Raja from 2022 titled Effectiveness of Gamification Tool in Teaching Vocabulary. I have adapted from that, and then from that I have created 22 questions, which is based by 5 different skills, which consists of two sections. Section A, demographic question, and section B, the perceptions of gamification method in improving vocabulary acquisition. So the next one is data analysis procedure. of three main from expert, supervisor, and UBI. Administrative pilot study, collecting data collection and analyzing the data. So for my findings and discussion, for my first article, as we can see, I have inserted a diagram for three-level mean value rotation table and my data analysis. So for the first research question, which is what is the pre-service teacher-trainee's perception on the use of gamification method to improve vocabulary acquisition? Based on the data that I have analyzed, the mean value is very high, which is, as you can see, 4.5 and above, means that the respondent agrees that device gamification method does improve their vocabulary acquisition. Well, second argument, is there any significant difference in the perception between male and female pre-service teacher trainees towards gamification method in improving vocabulary acquisition? As we can see from the test, the two-tail data analysis is more than 0.05, which means there is no significant difference in perception between male and female pre-service teacher trainees, which also means that the null hypothesis has been accepted. For the last research question, what are the main contributions of the gamification method in the context of vocabulary acquisition? Based on the questionnaire that the respondent has responded, the questions that have the three questions that have the two most highest is shows that the main contribution for gamification method in vocabulary acquisition context is they are having fun while learning. So this means that the games are enjoyable and help them learn new words better. They believe that playing games help them pick up new words as they interact with the games and complete the challenge. Based on the data that I have collected, the discussion that I have decided is the use of gamification method does improve pre-service teacher trainees vocabulary acquisition expansion. This is supported by a research done by Jordan Buenano and his friends showed that the overwhelming majority of research on gamification strategy examine how well the Duolingo, which is one of the platform of gamification method, application of platform work as a gamified teaching tool. These research findings demonstrate that this platform makes it easier to pick up new vocabulary in English language. Other than that, other research has also shown that declarative knowledge increased by 22% and procedural knowledge increased by 37%. This is because in this research, they use two platforms to test different skills, which is declarative knowledge and procedural knowledge, two different games. So and compared with traditional learning methods, playing games led to significantly higher procedural knowledge gain, whereas gain in declarative knowledge do not significantly higher. For the conclusion, the first one is this study achieved the first objective as identically teacher trainees have highly positive perception of gamification for vocabulary acquisition, as indicated by the questionnaire response with a very high mean score. Second one is based on the data collected, male and female respondents showed similar perception, suggesting that both groups agree the effectiveness of gamification techniques for vocabulary acquisition, as the sigma tail is more than 0.05, which means no significant difference. The last one is according to the data collected from the questionnaire distributed, gamification makes learning easier by reducing barriers thanks to engaging graphics and approach. For my recommendation for future researcher is the first one is number of respondents to be increased. This is because by increasing the number of respondents, it will provide more accurate data and improve data generalization. Next one is a call for mixed method research. This is because by using mixed method, it will provide deeper understanding of the respondents' perceptions. For the implication, this is for the English teacher trainees or English
that I can say, oh, this one, this is more suitable. Whatsoever you can discuss it later in your paper. So maybe okay, so you have actually focus on what was the first one? What you know? Quizzes. Okay, so maybe you can put that in the slide so that you can, oh, okay, so identify which one is a preference so you can relate application, right? Okay, so and then about the conceptual framework. Okay, so I just did some explanation about clarification of the conceptual framework. Sandy. Sandy Canton. Alright? Yay! Usage of gamification. Okay. This is where I think you can put under the usage of gamification the three applications that you were mentioning the other day. So then I know that obviously it's like, okay, this is what we commonly use or, you know, something that we always use. And I cannot say that, you know, I should support that in something. But then if you can, you know, when we highlighted individually just now, we should support that as well. Okay, these are those the application that commonly used. Let's support it with picture review. And then you can use usage of gamification and then vocabulary acquisition. So that one is the IB. Which one is the IB, friends? Which one is Nima? What's that? IB or TB yang sudah?
The vocabulary
acquisition.
expansion of the vocabulary acquisition when they use the gamification method compared to learning in traditional way.
Okay, so I and you that this part should be this part should be the IB. So what is IO?
The vocabulary acquisition.
So if you want to talk about that, so the vocabulary acquisition is the it should be the need where you want to talk about because maybe you can say that the level of vocabulary acquisition, then you can talk whether it's high or low. Alright? So because when we use the arrow, yes, thank you, my dear. Arrow, you know, when you do conceptual frameworks, arrows represent something here in conceptual framework. You can't simply put that here and there. There should be something that you want to tell the estimates or the audience. So, okay, maybe you can do I'm not saying that. Maybe we can improve this, okay, so that when we look at your conceptual framework, we understand. Just now, I'm not quite comprehend what you want to tell. Maybe I ada different methods because okay, maybe yeah. I don't have this picture as me. Okay, we have different school of thoughts. So just maybe you can that somehow. I just want to know which one is IBD and then what is arrow high and low. So if I were you, maybe I can just say okay, the level of vocabulary acquisition. So this is the IB usage of gamification application based on that three application. Then this arrow. Then maybe you want to add in the video. You can use the moderator where you can talk about how you use usage of gamification. For example, using the IQ club or whatever. And then this will be the GB when the output is the level of vocabulary acquisition. So when we talk about it, we have to just walk off and we discuss the example. But this is just my personal opinion. I think conceptual framework, it doesn't mean you have That's it. But then remember, arrows represent something big in conceptual. Alright? Okay? Thank you so much. Well done, Mike.
Cultural diversity, such as Malay, Tamil, Mandarin, and English is extensively described as a central language in the community, especially among the students and also the teacher trainers. But however, majority of them are having difficulties with the learning English, especially in the communication without the presence of their own mother tongue. Based on the Malaysian Education Plan 2013 to 2025, it has been specified that the need for English qualified teacher, where the teacher trainees, desal teacher trainees, must meet the C1 standard for CATC and other level tests. However, it has some obstacles that can be stated by Berlin and Warner 2009, goals that this teacher training is gonna teach soon. So now move to the research objective. I have two objectives here. The first one is to focus on the impact of the mother tongue on teacher training's English communication skills. And the second one is to identify strategies for reducing the mother tongue impact on the teacher training's English communication skills. Aligned with the research objective, the research question is, how does the mother tongue affect the teacher training's English communication skills? And what are the strategies to minimize mother tongue impacts on the teacher training's English communication skills? And for the research hypothesis, mother tongue does influence teacher training's English communication skills. So for this research, the significant is to the educator or also teacher training, where it enhances language learning is in personal process, led it as the substantial contribution to the efficacy and standard of language education in personal classroom. And the last one is to raise the standard of teaching the English language by addressing the language interference and boosting the language ability of the some teacher trainees. So here is the first research that related to my topic. So by this research, the finding is the mother tongue influence on the pronunciation by primary mother tongue. So this is research by the long-term researcher, where is the person is also activity student before. And then is Rahman stated that several influence error utterance were detected by the student, and the last one is syntax, semantic, and grammatical error made by Arab English learners. So for my research design, I have chosen qualitative research, which is case study, as I want to deeply investigate on the impact the mother tongue and for my respondent, I have chosen 7 teacher trainees from PISMP June 2021 2026 through the purposive sampling method, where the respondent have to meet the criteria, which is they need to be the one that speak other than English as their mother tongue. So for my research instruments, I have chosen semi-structured interview and also observation for me to observe the communication, the teacher trainees communication skill diagram. So for the research procedure, on the preliminary phase, the first one after the research proposal, then after getting the approval, and continuing with the research instrument and interview on protocol construction, and then the instrument will be submitted to the JBB, and the data collection. I was conducting semi-structured interview and observation in the IPT KDRI, and the last one for the data analysis, I used the semantic analysis, where I create a team by the finding of the respondents' answer. So for the data findings, I have created 4 teams to answer the RQ1 and 2 teams to answer RQ2. Next. So let's go to the discussion. For the first team that I had created from the RQ1, which is the impact of the mother tongue, is mother tongue influence the teacher trainees pronunciation. So due to the phonological differences, teacher trainees encounter pronunciation difficulties impacted by their mother tongue, as some of the English some of the sound of English vowel and consonant does not exist in English. So as you can see right here, one of my respondents have mispronounced a word like the word talk, and it's pronounced as vocabulary. So, by having limited exposure to English vocabulary, especially on the academic and specialized phrase, it leads the teacher trainees to have difficulties to find the right word to express themselves, and then they will tend to utter their sentence, utter their thoughts in mixed languages. So the next one, mother tongue influence teacher trainees grammar and sentence structure. So some languages does have the different sentence structure as you can see right here. As for English, we do construct our sentence with subject, verb, and object. So while in the Tamil language, they form the sentence as subject, object, and verb at the back. So somehow it will lead to miscommunication when in English, for example, we might say is I play tennis, but somehow in Tamil it might say as I tennis play. And then the last one is mother tongue does influence teachers' trainees' fluency. By saying that it's influence the teacher trainees' fluency is because most of my respondents use too much videos such as and pausing and also their mother tongue slang and mix the language and also do the direct translation. So by this, by most of my respondents use in their mother tongue, and when they want to utter their thoughts in English, it somehow miscommunicate and while doing the direct translation and so on. So to answering the RQ2, I have found a few strategies that the teacher trainers have utilized to minimize mother tongue effect. For the first one is active vocabulary expansion, where they use the dictionary and language apps to help such as Duolingo to help on their vocabulary and finding the meaning of words. And then some of the teacher trainers also practice the English language and environment where they always listen to English songs, watching movies, and also movies. And the last one is they utilize the feedback where they seek the feedback from their lecturers and peers regarding on their English communication skills. So the conclusion is mother tongue does affect teacher trainees' pronunciation, vocabulary, grammar, and sentence structure, and fluency when communicating in English. So by right, teacher trainees can become more confident and proficient English communicators by acknowledging issues and employing effective techniques. So here are a few recommendations that I would like to make. So the first one for teacher trainees, you may communicate and associate yourself with native or proficient English speakers for language exchange so that you can be familiar with the language and use the right use of English. And the next one for future teachers, future researchers, you might use the triangulation data collection method by having the interview or and adding the to a speaking test so that you can test their pronunciation and intonation precisely. And the last one is for the IDT. They might do the outlining the English only environments policy and expectation as to the English only zones such as us in Teltrack, so that on the whenever you be in the Teltrack, you have to speak in English. So for the implication, there are the few implications. So for the first one is the self-teacher training. So by having the self-awareness on considering their linguistic background and how this mother tongue influences their English communication, such as nowadays it is not compulsory for the juniors to take the quality and phonology anymore. So by make the quality and phonology subject compulsory, it might help the teaching trainees to practice and get the right pronunciation and intonation to pronounce certain words. The last one, for in-service teacher, is by being aware of the potential languages and being aware of potential language barriers that their students might have, so it will lead them to effective communication in the teaching and mentoring process and choose the right method to teach the students. So that's all from me.
I'm sure you have done a lot of research, or maybe you have had quite quite a number of materials for the instruments. Okay, so for basically for your semi-structured interview. Okay, so can you please explain on the semi-structured interview protocol? So how did you actually develop that instrument?
So firstly, I will check instruments I implemented from the question by the previous research by time calculated around 2017.
So and what you did
My second
good. And another one, talking about the observation. Can you please explain a little bit on how it is conducted?
how I conducted the observation is actually when I'm conducting the interview, I am indirectly observe them by not telling the interviewee that I actually observe them on their communication.
So you will tell them that you are observing them, observing their so later, because you should actually inform them later that you actually observe them.
Yeah.
Okay. So means that I'm not sure about what have you discussed with your SVP, but then according to ethical consideration, where you have to actually inform them that you are going to observe them, okay, beforehand. Okay, but then maybe after that, yeah, you inform them later, and they did not have any objection, then maybe it's okay. But then according to the ethical consideration, you have to inform them, okay, what will be the semi-structured interview, and which one is the observation, okay, maybe yeah, but something because your participants, they have all the data, right? Okay, good. Okay, so and another one, okay, just I just want to ask you, when you talk about the future researcher, because triangulation data collection method, what will be the third instrument?
Any of the speaking tests as for me, due to the time constraint, I was not able to do the speaking test because of the pronunciation and intonation.
So in the future, we can do this. Okay, well done. Thank you so much.
What's related to research? Where did you find any Yes, it's supposed to be the author.
Yeah, that's when you
Translation.
talk.
And then Listen later.
Okay, so be careful. The third one, be applicable question. Alright, that's called semi-structured interview protocol.
So about your opinion of them from the first meeting breakdown,
Mira, mana mic dekat nama bapak meja dulu. Apa dia? Nama bapak meja dulu. Ada mic dia.
So one of the characteristics of student-centered learning is the learner's participation and interaction. So the group of students part is of the group the decision of the student, which is the process of academic or good like something such as a task or maybe during our lesson so as to encourage participation, which is like with the student-centered learning. And gamification is
result in better learning outcome for our students. So for the problem statement, despite of the recognition of the unification, I discovered that there is a lack of proper classification that reflects the teacher's perception and what is the evidence, but for the certain teacher's interpretation of the and this either resulting in less evidence for the various ways by their cognitive limitation in the ESF classroom. During my practical phase 1, I have used the unification in my classroom, and I noticed that it motivated my students to learn. But when we were having discussion during our activity, our supervisor and lecturer encouraged us to use unification. But I also identified that there are various ways by them that do not that hinder them to use the unification in their classroom. So I have three research objectives, which is the first one to investigate sensor transducers perception on implementing unification using SF learning classroom. The second one is to identify various risk factors changes when implementing unification using SF primary classroom. And the last one is to find out the difference between male and female perception on implementing unification using SF learning. So the research question the first one is to discover what are the sensor transducers perception, and the second one is to identify what are the various ways by sensor transducers, and the last one is there any significant difference between the observation of sensor transducer perception. So the conclusion that we concluded that there is no significant difference between male and female sensor transducer perception on implementing unification as their primary classroom. So the significance of the research is it is important for critical education and students. They can actually consider to enhance their learning, the teaching and learning session by incorporating the unification in order to increase the pupils' engagement and motivation. And for the English educators, in schools or maybe in campus, they can reflect on their teaching and their behavior activities to achieve a better learning outcome. And the last one is Malaysian Ministry of Education. The MOE to come up with any education program related to the effective method of unification in the classroom or workshops for teachers for them to enhance their skills. So there are three parts of research that related to study, which is the first one from and all already. The other one the integration of unification in English as a processing approach to engage the learner, specifically in the 21st century, because they actually favor impressive and improved activities of observation than implemented like chalk and talk. So we study collect the view of the system and demonstrate a positive outcome of the use of the unification in the classroom. And for the second research, which is from the book Fernandez Montero and Castillo from the US, this one we want to find out the efficacy and the intersection of the learning unification by including in the form of different activities such as quizzes or maybe puzzles. And the result of this study emphasizes the role of collaboration as a crucial aspect of the classroom.
for my research methodology, I will work with students and also after we have prepared our proposal last semester, we have to submit it to our supervisor and lecturer to get their work. And after that, we have to construct the questionnaire and item based on the objective of our study. And on that, we have to obtain the exposure verification and reliability that I have explained just now, which is we have to submit our questionnaire to the JBB for the validity of the question and also conduct pilot study for the population to implement the data. And after the pilot study, after we confirm that the pilot study is reliable for our study, on that we can do the exercise evaluation. And after the pilot study, I have distributed my questionnaire to the rest of the population and get the sample, the data from the sample of the analysis. For the data analysis, I have which is descriptive analysis and differential analysis. For the descriptive analysis, I have collected the mean frequencies and the standard deviation, and the result is used to answer my research question 1 and the research question 2. And to provide the differential analysis and the differential problem, the my result is used to answer my research question 3. Yeah, so for the question 1, I found that the mean of the is high, and it can be signified that the measurement is half the for the research question 2, the mean
then it's like you. That's why maybe that's why your banking. So many words. Your size. I don't know.
People can, the educators will question, okay, how do you get that? Get a block of research like that. Maybe as much as possible avoid generalization in your statement. Okay, so yeah, try to avoid that. Okay, so well done. Okay, thank you so much for coming and for alright, okay, good job.
Sabina pun tiga. Dia tak baca baca buku. Dia tak baca semua kan.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to ask my fellow friend, have you ever produced or used any teaching aids during your practicum?
Yes.
I bet you have used something using music, or like puppet or something, especially using PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so me, I am Umayyah binti Khalidi. That's me, but without the spectacles. I'm going to talk about the teacher's views on language arts for teaching students. Okay, so background of my study. The reason why I ask you those questions is because I want to know if you are aware that it is part of language arts. So language arts means the system of communication by speaking, writing, or even making signs in a way that can be understood. Other than that, language arts is practically essential in making learning of English to be less stressful and make the students more be productive during the learning session. So teaching reading is also crucial in learning because without reading we can't do much things. Because if we want to complete a building, we have to read the instructions, we have to read the rules and all. So proceed to the problem. So first of all is limited research topic for language arts. Among the topics that I've been looking, especially using the internet, most of the topics that they have been discussing is about language arts in the ESL classroom, having a language arts classroom and all. But there's less research about language arts, especially in teaching reading. So the second problem is that educators sometimes overlook language arts as teaching methods. So this is the example of the statement that I stated before. So as I search language arts in teaching reading precisely, since 2018 to 2023, even though there are 19,000 results of it, but they are only shows something that related to the keywords, but not really accurate to language arts in ESL classroom. So other than that, the reason why I have this research because most of the research that had been done in the past using qualitative approach. So research objectives is the first one, the objective is to assess the appropriateness of the current approach, and the second one is to discover the most effective approach for instructing reading. While my hypothesis is that the use of language arts in teaching reading is a better strategy to be practiced in this manner. Okay, so from the research objective that I've set, so I came up with the questions, which is the first one: how well does language arts meet the present reading skills requirement of students? Well, for the second objective, what is the most suitable approach that aligns with Malaysian existing educational system? Okay, so related to the past research, I've been studying these two reference that focus on language art, which is the first one, Amy Wednesday, the impact of global studies on English language arts classroom, and the second one is Mariam Ricardo and Mariam N. Perez, 2005, teaching language arts for meaningful learning, working with English language learners, perspectives and practices. So both past researchers had mentioned that the findings of the study is that language art does help them to improve their ESL classroom. And for Amy Wenningen, she stated that language art does make the student to have more passion and interest to read books. Okay, so this is the conceptual framework for my study, which is the independent that IB is very used while the DB is so research design for my study is quantitative because according to Amy Wright, quantitative research design is the best approach to evaluate objectives, and also it suits the target of my sample, which is PISMP 2020. And other than that, the reason why I choose quantitative because it is easier to analyze the data as I use Google Forms, which is it can be cross-platform, which is you can link Google Forms to Google Sheets and all. Okay, so for the instruments that have been used for my study, I use 5-point research here because it is applicable to answer the research questions, and actually because I want to know the views from the my respondents. And the instruments were adapted from different research papers that related to language arts and also teaching reading to suit my study. So for the data collection procedures, I've done a pilot study with 10 respondents. Among
the PISMP 2020 and done the reliability test, which showed here that for the section 8, questions about general knowledge and familiarity, the reliability is 0.833, while section B, the usefulness of language arts is 0.908, and the section C, which is teacher trainees used to with the use of language arts, in teacher reading is 0.954. So according to Kit 2017, the questionnaire that reliable with good score, which is 0.8 and above, confirm that the questionnaires are valid to be used, and the consistency allows you to proceed with the data collection. Okay, so the respondent for the survey is 23 respondents, which is from PISMP 2020, since they had done their practicum in 2022. And the questionnaires are also divided into 3 sections. So, for the data analysis procedure, the data was analyzed using SPSS, and each score percentage will be shown, including to the mean and the standard deviation for each item in the survey. So, the data have been analyzed descriptively, since the hypothesis for my study does not require to prove any differences. Okay, so this is the result of my finding for both objective 1 and objective 2. So, as you can see that the mean is 4.27 and for the objective 2 is 4.2. Okay, so for the objective 1, which is to assess the appropriateness of current approach, it can be seen that the mean value is 4.2, which is high, where more than half of the respondents agree with the statement that language arts meets our current student need in this unit. Okay, for objective 2, which is to discover the most effective approach for teaching for instructive reading, as you can see that the mean is 4.25, with the percentage of respondents that agree with the statement is 57.1%, meaning that most of the respondents does agree that with the statement in objective 2. So another item that support the statement in the previous slide is item C12 and item C13, where the respondent responded that they believe language arts is the most effective approach in our educational system, and they also agreed that language. So from the result from the survey were analysed and sorted from the most agreed to the least agreed statement according to mean and standard deviation. It can be concluded that training teachers had the experience in applying language art in ESL classroom. So the research question has been answered mostly inside the C of the survey, since it is the overview of the survey. So in that hypothesis is accepted that since the respondents will agree that language arts is the best approach. Conclusion that it certainly aim for the training teachers to revisit the use of language arts, and even though the standard deviation is higher than 0.5, meaning that there are different opinions from the respondents, but it shows that they believe that language arts is the best approach to be applied in the ESL. So the recommendations that I would highlight in this study is that the implementation of this approach should be widened as the positive result shown. And other than that, the respondents for this study should be widened to the extent that experienced teachers should be part of the study, because other than the opinions from the training teachers, we should have feedbacks from the teachers that have been using language arts in years in classroom for a longer year. Other than that, I would recommend future researchers to maybe use four point linked scale, because I've been realized that using 5 point linked scale give you like different opinions which maybe can affect your hypothesis and all. But in my case, it is a very good thing because I want to know their views toward the language. And the content for each item that used in the study should be explicit and written in detailed manner so that it can be delivered to the respondents in understandable and able to read the audience. So for the implication, the first one is training teachers should actively engage in lifelong learning using language arts, because language art includes several things that we have been using in classroom, the visual, the audio, and other strategies. Then for school administrators, finding the best solution to support teachers and contribute to the school overall improvement is where teachers will be gladly to improve their teaching and learning style in classroom, not only to improve themselves but to improve the learning quality for the students. And to higher authority, language arts should be widely promoted to all educators as more than just a university course, because language arts can provide you ideas and provide you inspirations to do more things to be applied in teaching and learning sessions. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So, present one question. So you use the very unfamiliar language.
For each section, it's different. For section A, it's about the general knowledge and familiarity. So that's what I use. Like, but for section B and section C, I use agree, disagree.
The first one, limited research. So it's like the previous one. We try to yes, you might search on those in the personal life. Those are the online journals. What about the books? What about the what is because when you can find the related past research based on your topics, doesn't necessarily mean that they will like studying about that.
Assisting your friends and how does it feel?
I am usually be the last person for most of things, especially in school, because of my name is quite so the waiting is frustrating.
It's okay, but then you have to help your friends and even us, the administration, and that. So okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, yes, again, but it's not some doctor. Okay, so for example, when you put that most of the research for language has been done using qualitative methods and then immediate research of talking about the technical issue, the method and so on. Okay, and especially when we talk about problem issue, the main issue, what is going on in this particular area. So method know, as much as possible, try to avoid things that we like because we don't know. There are so many thousands, millions, because we have many different sources of information. Okay, but then again, what different school of thought means that different actually have different discussion. And anyway, in the future, it is always like we have to follow our experience. Then talking about I just want you to explain about the concept of social network. How do you explain this or interpret this?
So for the IB, which is training teachers, we know that views can be wide. So it can be about their knowledge, about their experience and all. So that's why I've been portraying in the questionnaires, especially in section A and section B.
Okay, so the training teaches you, and then
What is the impact towards their teacher reading session?
okay, so the training teaches you, okay, that different views actually impact the teaching of. Okay, that is to know what's going on. Okay, but maybe you can still use your tool where you can help that, yeah, to see what kind of tool is that, what are you talking about? But then, yeah, maybe, yeah, you have this kind of so at least you know what's going on, okay? The IB ada work impact ya. Alright, okay. Thank you so much. Good job everyone.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Let's go home.
Okay, after how many months?
Of preparation.
Lots of months.
Lots of months, countless
After how
hours.
many excuses?